Hello, everyone. This is Tessa. Welcome to my channel. I am really tired, and I just slept almost 24 hours, so I don't know what the heck's wrong with me. I see Greg says hi to write with Melanie, but I don't see Melanie. Interesting. Hi, Greg. But where's Melanie? She's not showing up. Oh, there she comes. That was strange. It just took a while for her to come through. You came through first. That was really strange. Yep, it's a weekend, so it's easier for me to be early. Here comes Tessa. Looks like a drum. It's drum roll. Melanie said, I'm here. I said hi before the stream started. But usually that's there. But the only thing that came up was Greg saying hi to you, and that was weird. Everything is different. Gibberish, hi. I see you're back. I hope you had a great vacation. This is a whole nother different streaming. Hi, Heather. How are you? Gibberish. This is not StreamYard anymore. It's Restream. And yes. And Funky did the design. So he did the nice design, which really is nicely done. I'm really proud of it. And he should be too, because it's great work. So Melanie says, hey to Gibberish. And write with Melanie. I read the whole. Sometimes they do that. I don't know why. Hey, Heather, how are you feeling? Heather says, I'm okay, thanks. Yeah, this is a little, I'm sure, poor Gibberish. It's like, what happened? You were gone all week, so you missed everything. Yeah, I switched to a whole new thing. Funky made me the layout. I mean, everything is different. The difference is you can now see Twitch people. So if you look in the one on the screen, not the one to the side, but the one where you, not the one where you have to write a message, but the other one on the screen, it shows both Twitch and YouTube. So it makes it a lot easier for everybody to follow the conversation. And I don't have to put every single message up on the thing for everybody to follow. So, see, Heather says she's fine, thanks. And I'm having a pretty good evening, Melanie. That's good. Glad to hear that. I am so tired, and I just slept almost 24 hours, which is probably part of the problem. I slept too much, but I just had no desire to get up and wake up. I just laid back down and went right back to sleep again. So it's like, oh well. What can I say? Heather says I was just watching some old videos of Sarah Cannon's. Yeah, she's getting ready to move. Greg says I want to write today, but I have written already 500 words today and done other things. So if I don't write, I will be fine. That's fine. Do whatever you have to do. Whatever you want to do. And nobody's forcing you. Heather says planning and such. Chipper said, I did have a nice trip. Also took a plane by myself for the first time. The layout is really pretty. I like it. Thank you, Gibberish. I'm sure Funky would appreciate that as well. He's not here yet. He may not be here at all. It's a weekend, so. Heather says I was wanting to write today. I haven't written anything today yet either. I did a video, which I'm trying to figure out. Doing it on Restream's a little different than StreamYard. And so I got my I got the video now into my editing software. So thanks to Funky, who's been helping me greatly with his investigations all through Restream. He's helped me get things set up and find things and everything. So besides the, setting up the layout and everything for me. So I'm glad your trip was nice. Taking a plane by yourself. I've been on one before with people. I couldn't do it by myself. I'd be an absolute panicky mess. I hope I never ever have to step foot. I mean, it's bad enough going with somebody who knows what they're doing, but to go by myself, I'd be terrified. So I'm proud of you. Very good. Heather says, I always feel inspired after watching Sarah Cannon. I watch her occasionally. I don't watch a ton of videos like I used to. I used to watch them all the time. I just don't have time anymore to watch a ton of videos. I'll watch hers every now and then, depending on what it is, the subject's about. I've done, several of the ones of her moving and, getting ready to leave and not being able to take her belongings and all that. So, yeah, it's a little weird. I can't imagine living like that. She seems to be pretty upbeat about it, though. I only said, be right back, y'all. Hubby's helping me with tech stuff. Yeah, it's good to have someone to help you with tech stuff, believe me. I used to be the one that could help with tech stuff, but my brain doesn't work anymore. The older I get, the worse it gets, I swear. Heather says, I also wanting to film a video. I filmed last night, but I was so tired. I was speaking quite slowly and stuttering a lot. Lots of ums. Well, I started 3 times, and finally I said, okay, that's it. No more. Just go with it. I didn't want to take it. Didn't want to do it again. I just went with it. Hopefully, I mean, I looked at the preview. It looks better than the one on StreamYard. You still hear the air conditioner, though. But if I turn it off, I'm going to die up here. Shiver says, I did panic because I was supposed to go with my family, but I got left behind. Oh, no. So I had to go by myself. That part was a hot mess. I had so many tickets and took 2 separate planes. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that. That would be the end for me. I would be like, forget it. That's it. I'm done. Going home. Bye. Holy cow. How in the world did they leave you behind? Oh my gosh. Heather says, yes, Sarah's coming to my area next month. I am going to see if I can meet up with her. Oh, wow. Is she doing live shows or just one-on-one? I don't think I saw the last one or I saw part of it anyhow. I can imagine riding on the road like that, being always on the move, moving from spot to spot. I don't know. I know people do it. I know Stephanie, Stephanie Whitson? I can always get her last name wrong. They travel in a RV. I know other people that do that too. Becca C. Smith, I think, does the same thing. I just can't imagine constantly moving. No, she's meeting a few of us somewhere in St. Petersburg. Okay. That's cool. She's probably got fans all over the country. Everywhere she goes, she'll probably have a group of people wanting to meet right up to something. Well, that's what she said. Writing is something you can do anywhere. And since she doesn't have to worry about her husband's job, because he's not working, he's watching the kids, she's the one working. And since she can write anywhere, they can do that. And I don't know the story about Stephanie. I don't know if the husband, she writes, but I don't know if the husband works and that's why they're traveling, or they're just traveling and she's writing while they're traveling. I'm not sure her whole story. That it does make it easier if you're the only one that's got to worry about a job. Greg says I got into the habit of not leaving home without a little notebook just in case something pops into my head and I need to write it down. There are times things pop in my head and I'm like looking for something and it's like, gosh, I can't find nothing. I got this huge handbag and can't find a thing in it. And I'm scribbling on a envelope or something. I don't know how many times I brought home mail with stuff all over it because it was the only thing I could find in my handbag. Can't imagine spending my whole life traveling in, like a lot of these people that live in RVs. I've thought about it, but I can't imagine doing it. Heather says, I think Stephanie's husband gets short-term security jobs or something like, oh, something like probably like my son, because my son gets well, I think he's working a permanent job right now, but my son preferred to work temporary jobs so he could up and move around. Never quite understood, and he did it just in an SUV. If whatever he owned had to fit in the SUV, or he didn't own it. Because if he decided to get up and move, he wanted to pack everything in the SUV and just go. I mean, he didn't quite do as much moving around as he thought he was originally going to, but that was his plan. And, because there's temporary jobs at everywhere you go, so you can get them. So that's what my son's doing. So I guess probably similar to what Stephanie's husband's doing. Greg says, I'm getting hungry, and I think cooking will have to come before writing. Hey, whatever. You gotta eat. You gotta eat. Heather says, I think he also gets disability. Possibly, yeah. I don't know her whole story. I know she's got a lot of medical issues herself. She's not in really great shape. Though they're traveling with 3 children, that's even harder. Yeah, we're going to sprint. Don't worry. Greg's new little thing here. Let me see if Forgot what I was doing. Here it is. Gee, I missed a day or so and I forget how. That's his new thing now when he wants to sprint. He puts a little sprinter up there. uh, Laura, hi everyone. Just here for a few minutes to say hi. Well, hi. Sorry you can't stay. Greg wants to sprint, so I got to get that started. Heather says she has mild MS. Yeah, I know. She was talking to me one night about it. Because she was trying to figure out how to go about getting disability as well. Laura says the puppy wakes me up early, so I can't stay up late anymore. That is one of the things, kind of like having a baby. They do that. Does make it difficult. All right, let me get the first sprint started here. Greg's hungry. All right, 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. And there we go. All righty. All right, first sprint. Alright. Well, I got the video edited and now it's exporting. So who knows how long that's going to take. So it's busy doing that. So then I went to my old blog and I'm working on trying to delete what I don't want. And if there's something I do want to keep, move it to the new blog so I can delete this whole blog off. There's a lot of stuff on there that I don't really need. Now that I'm concentrating on writing, I don't need all that stuff on there about my life and my problems and all that stuff. It was one of those blogs I set up for, kind of like a diary sort of thing, And I posted a lot of stuff for people suffering the same thing I have, to give them information they may not have. So I was working on that. So let's see. I see Heather was snacking on trail mix, but she's got to stop and start working. Melanie says, yay, back in time for a sprint. Harlow Kennedy says, hi. Hi, Harlow. Nice to see you. Melanie says, I'm in the process of hooking up my laptop to my PC monitor and seeing if I finally have the right cord. So I may be somewhat quiet during the next chat. Yeah, I love that. You all know I'll never be totally quiet. Yeah, okay. Melanie says, oh, Tessa, I love that idea. Is that the one where I'm getting rid of the blog? Eventually, slowly moving the stories over to the new blog and getting rid of all the stuff that, I'm kind of moving away from that. I mean, a lot of people followed me on that blog for that reason. So, I put on there to follow me on my new blog if you're interested in following me, because eventually that one, I don't update it, and it's very little updating. I just did your review on there, so that'll eventually come down, but it's on all 3 blogs, so it's definitely still out there. I put one on each blog. Giving resources to help people. Well, besides the writing, I was doing things to help with, like, maybe I didn't say it right, the different illnesses that I suffer with. I put a lot of stuff in there for people who have fibromyalgia, who have bipolar, the stuff that I suffer with. And when I would find helpful information, I would post all that. There are some writing things, but okay, wait, that sounded weird. Giving resources to help people through your writing. Okay. So that's what I was trying to. It's not as easy because they've changed WordPress. They've made it a lot more complicated. So I'm trying to go in there and click on different links on the tags to see if I can pull up a bunch of stuff and just delete it, instead of having to do it one by one by one. It takes a while. Gibber says, I only did my skincare, and I'm kind of scared because of school. I think one of my classes is in person, and I'm not ready at all. I thought I was taking all online, but I think they changed one. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Yeah, that would be kind of a shock if you're expecting all online classes. Kind of sucks. Well, hopefully it won't be as bad as you are imagining. A lot of times our imagination's much worse than the situation really is. Melanie says, best of chipperish. I can't imagine that type of anxiety. I can. That's the kind of anxiety I live with daily. My anxiety is so bad. My anxiety medicine is really high dose. And it was higher. I got it down a little bit, but it's still pretty high dose. So, and without it, oh God, I can't live without it. And my anxiety is still out of control. That's part of the problem going on now with this living and moving thing. I mean, I went through all that upset to get into this place, and every year I have to go through it because we have to re-evaluate, make sure we're still, qualified. We have to go through. We have to get all this stuff together. We have to have an interview, and we have to do that every year. And it really, I mean, I spend all year worrying about it. That's how bad it is. When you spend your whole life worrying about one thing, and I did that when I was working at my last job in the call center. My entire life was spent terrified about the next day going to work. Like, that's all I could think about. Even when I was off work, I could not get it out of my head. People are like, just don't think about it. Don't work that way. When you have anxiety, don't work that way. Oh, boy. I mean, I can imagine how bad anxiety can get, but not with regard to gibberish situation. I can, especially if you're taking online so you don't have to deal with people. And all of a sudden it gets tossed in your lap. Oh, by the way, you got to go to this class in person. So I understand. I understand it. Chipper says, yeah, I don't even know how to get there. I don't have a student ID or anything. I wish it was all online. I want to cry because of it. School literally starts Thursday, and I don't know what I'm doing. What's today? Saturday. Yuck. Wow. I suggest call the school Monday. I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously you're going to need a student ID and everything if you're going to go to the school, and you definitely need to know how to get there. Chris says, I'm trying not to think about it. I wish you good luck with that, because I know how I am, and like I said, my entire life was spent worrying about the next day going to work. Like, even on the weekend, well, I never had a full weekend. We weren't allowed to have 2 days together, so we always got one day on the weekend, and then one day during the week off. So getting more than 2 days in a row was like you had to use personal time if you were lucky enough to get it. But I spent the whole time, even when I was on vacation, that's all I could do was worry about, oh my God, what's going to happen when I go back? It sounds stupid, but I understand it. Melanie says, hugs to gibberish, and it's totally okay to cry. It's super overwhelming. Yeah. I'm so sorry. That can be a shock, though, because, she was planning on online classes. Greg says, I am back with some food. When Greg cooks, it needs to be quick and easy. That usually means pasta. This instant soup will do fine as a sauce, and chopping some onions is fast. Well, good. Yeah, things need to be easy, quick and easy with me too, because I had to cook while I was married. When I got divorced, I said, I'm not cooking anymore. So I don't cook very often. Hi, Daniel, and welcome to my channel. How are you doing tonight? We'll be getting ready for another writing sprint here shortly. Did anybody write anything that time? I did, like I said, I put that video together and started exporting it. I didn't write anything. I started deleting posts off that one blog. There's over 2,000 posts on there, so it's going to take me a while to do. Beck says I have been juggling several balls. Backups are done. Well, that's good. Gibber says hi, and then she says thanks me. Oh, gosh. Melanie says I bought a new writing notebook for my psychological filler series. I want to start outlining this weekend. Hi, Coffee Clothes. Waves to all you YouTube peeps while lurking in the chat. Currently muted, so I won't be able to listen in. Okie dokie. Guess that means we can talk about it. Interesting. It was purple the first time and white the second time. Interesting. Yeah, I looked at a few prompts that I have available, and so far nothing struck me, so not doing anything there. Video is started. Can't do anything till it's finished, so I can upload it to YouTube and work on it. I already made the thumbnail for it, so it's just waiting for it to upload. I haven't decided what I want to write. I'm like not really feeling writing. For some reason, I'm just not feeling it. And like I said, I slept almost 24 hours. I mean, jeez. I got up, went to the bathroom, got up twice because my blood sugar dropped. Had to eat something real quick, and went right back to sleep again. And that's like, that was it. Like all day long, all last night, because I fell asleep. I was having a hard time when I signed on Charlie Dorset's stream. I told him at 5 that I would be hard pressed to actually stay awake. And they're like, okay, no problem. And at 6 o'clock, people were calling my name, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going. And I just signed off the thing and went into bed. So 6 o'clock, I was asleep, and I slept at 6 o'clock today. So 24 hours. Courtney, hey Courtney. Melanie, Melanie says I'm bad. It happens. I go manic for several days and don't sleep, and then when it hits me hard. So 24 hours is not unusual after a manic phase for me. And now I'm kind of depressed again because I'm out of the manic phase. I'm not in the mood to, just not in the mood for anything. I mean, I struggled through eating, didn't even really care. And that's weird, but that's the what, when you're super depressed, that's the way it goes. Courtney says, wow, I wish I could sleep 24 hours. It sounds amazing. It was great. It wasn't so great on my back, which is killing me at the moment. Being still and stiff for 24 hours is not a good thing. Hi, Kelly. How are you? That's stupid. Got those little fruit flies around here, and they drive me crazy. So go away. And they like to dive on my nose, and if there's nothing more irritating than something diving at your nose and your eyes. We're about ready to start another sprint. Oh, those of you who just arrived, I'll probably go back to my old blog and try to. I had a problem with something happened, and I was trying to delete something and it wouldn't let me delete it. I was trying to do more than one at a time, and it says, well, there was an error. We could not delete that. And I'm like, man, because I want to be able to delete it in groups of stuff by the tags, so I don't have to do it one by one. But it didn't like that. So we'll see. Ah, there he is. He's testing YouTube. I mean Twitter. He's testing Twitter. As you can see, you can see both Twitter and YouTube now. So you guys can see the conversations going on, even if it happens to be in Twitch and you're in YouTube and vice versa. And that's one thing I like about this restream. I wasn't going to go with it. I mean, when Funky told me about it, I'm like, yeah, right. One more thing to have to learn, but it turned out to be a great thing because I can dual stream and you guys can all see each other now and have conversations. Which is a good thing. So I'm happy with it. My ear hurts though, this darn headphone. The pads are really soft and squishy, but for some reason, I don't know if it's where I'm placing them or what. Sometimes they're just so darn sore. Okay, so, I almost hit that end stream button so many times, it isn't funny. If I suddenly disappear, it might have been dummy me hitting end stream. How many times they go up there, and I'm like, what are you doing? I don't know if it's not necessarily in a bad place. I think that's where it was on the other one too. But for some reason, I keep heading for that. I keep wanting to hit it. I don't want to do that. So, let's get another timer started. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. So we're on another sprint, people. We'll see you in almost 25 minutes. I see Shay arrived. Shay. The sprint's about to end in a few seconds. It'll take me forever at the rate I'm going to do this, to get rid of these posts on the blog that I don't want, and then to redo the ones I want and put them on the current blog. A lot of work. As if I don't have enough to do. Okay, so looks like Melanie's having problems. Coffee cold season testing. Yeah. She's sending home to Greg. The two machines aren't recognizing each other. That sucks. Ow! Something just beeped. If you heard a beep, it was me. It's my insulin pump. I actually did hear that one. Then again, I don't have the headset all the way on. It's half off my ear. Okay, so Melanie is saying, I switched my laptop to my desktop PC. Haven't had it hooked up in a while because I don't have the space on my desk for both plus my work equipment. So you're using the PC now? I use a PC all the time. The only thing I close to a laptop is the Chromebook. I really hate that thing. Oh, man, I hate it. Melanie says I was productive that sprint, organized a bunch of my loose cords for my personal equipment, plus for work, and made space for both machines. Cool. That definitely helps. I deleted. I finally figured out it won't let me delete huge amount of posts at a time, but if I keep it down to like 6 or 7, it seems to let me delete them. So, why it won't let me delete the whole big thing at one time would be a heck of a lot easier. Melanie says, yep, and I'm remembering why I bought it with my freelance earnings last year. I only had it disconnected for a couple of months, and when we thought we were moving. Greg says to Melanie, I haven't been following closely. Did you connect your Chromebook to your laptop? No, she has a laptop that she. I'm the one with the Chromebook. I said Chromebook because I said that's the closest I came to a laptop is a Chromebook. She has a laptop which she connects to her PC. Oh. I had a Chromebook last year and I hated it. That's what I just got done saying. I have a Chromebook. I hate it. and that's the closest I can come to a laptop is the Chromebook. And I bought that because they didn't have any money, and they were the cheapest things out there. So I bought it, and I wanted a PC. It's not what I wanted. So then I got a cheap PC, and it was cheap, and it didn't have any memory. And I just finally last year got rid of it, and now I have what they call an all-in-one. It's the whole entire computer is in the monitor. I don't have a tower. I don't have a CPU sitting anywhere. It's all in the monitor. That's all the space it takes. It's just going to be so much nicer when I move and don't have any space. I won't need this big cabinet. It has a lot of chunk on it though. But we really need to get rid of this stuff. My daughter's putting things off. And she's going to be the one stuck when they say, "You're moving." She knows. So she should be over here working on this. So she can't blame anybody but herself when she gets stuck. Melanie said, "Yeah, I almost got the all-in-one, but I like what I got. I just need to get a different base. It's a widescreen monitor and heavy." This has been great for me. It works. Like I said, it takes up so little space. It's not a huge monitor. It's not. I mean, you could get bigger monitors, but it's like a flat screen monitor, and the whole computer is inside it. So it takes. I mean, I can reach behind maybe there's an inch or two wide the monitor, and everything is inside the monitor. So it doesn't take up much space. Monitor is little, maybe 17 or so inches. What the heck just happened? Oh, heaven forbid. I must have hit something. Half the screen just disappeared. Came back again. I don't know. Greg says, "Not sure I follow. You mentioned an HDMI port. Those ports are either output or input. So if the laptop has an HDMI out, then all you will be able to do with it is send the images to TV or similar." I don't know what to say to that one. Kind of makes sense. Kind of doesn't follow what she wants to do with it, though. Melanie says, "I'm trying to extend my display. I think that while I may have the cord, because my monitor only connects to the tower, I probably need a splitter to extend the display." Shay says, "Had you all muted and didn't realize we were back." where I don't know where I was when it ended, but I got 541 words so far. That's great, Shay. Especially since it was just a 25-minute sprint, so wherever you start at 541 words is really great. Melanie says, "But yeah, Greg, essentially that's what I want to do. Get the images from my laptop onto my desktop." And Melanie says, "That's awesome, Shay." Shay says to Melanie, "Thank you. I got on a nice little roll." Sounds like it. 541 words is great. So I spent, like I said, trying to delete posts off. There are over 2,600 posts on this blog that I'm trying to go through. Do you realize how long it's going to take me to go through, delete what I don't want, take off what I want, and put it on the other blog? It isn't going to be an easy job. It's going to be a long job. Right now I'm trying to just delete as much as possible before start working on the stuff I want to keep. Because even though I wrote a lot of those, there's a lot of short stories and stuff in there, and they may not be something that I want to definitely keep. So I can't just automatically copy and paste it over. I have to actually read everything and see if it's a story I want to post on the other blog or not. There's a lot of things I know I want to delete, but it won't let me delete more than a few at a time, or it just crashes, which is annoying. So when I click on the tag for a certain prompt that I decide I'm not going to keep, and I want to delete it all, and there's more than 6 or 7, it won't let me. And some of them have like 2 or 3 pages worth of them because I've been doing them for a long time. But it won't let me delete them all at one time. It just won't let me do it, which is going to take me a long time at the rate I'm going. Hey, Jen. Hi. You just finished the sprint. That's weird. Why isn't it not showing up on my screen? Unless it disconnected on. Oh, that's not it. What in the world happened? I lost my Twitch thing. Alright, it's back. Alright, I don't know what happened there. I lost the Twitch screen. Technical difficulties. Oh, boy. He took some good naps today. I slept for 24 hours straight. Talk about naps. Holy cow. I crashed at 6 o'clock last night and woke up at 6 o'clock today. And I probably would have gone back to sleep, except I knew I had to eat something before the stream. I think I would have just laid back down and gone right back to sleep again. So Melanie says, yeah, so I've realized my issue. I need the splitter. It's not enough to connect the cable between the laptop and the desktop tower. I want to connect the laptop to the monitor. Yeah, that makes sense. Melanie says, yeah, I napped good too. Well, just under a mile and a half. And the sun and heat knocked me out. It's only 74 outside right now, which it's been in the 80s and 90s, so that's not too bad, but it's nighttime. There's no sun. And the sun, ugh. Just about knocked me flat. He says, oh, Tessa, you know how earlier this week I'd mentioned my in-laws were in Barbados? They got hit by a tropical storm, and the area they're at got flooded, and they lost power. Oh, no. Thankfully, their hotel room was on a higher floor. Oh, wow. That sounds like my sister. She goes to Florida, and they were predicting a hurricane, not where they were, but somewhere else. And they evacuated the other town. And so they're at their hotel, and all of a sudden, the hurricane hits them instead. Like they were predicting for another town, and which they evacuated, and they got hit with the hurricane instead. So like they couldn't even leave their hotel. They couldn't go outside or anything. Yeah, they sound, yeah. That sounds like our vacations. I always said we had, like Chevy Chase's movies, we had vacations like that because something awfully strange would always happen on our vacations. That's what happens. Yeah, someone gets sick, there's wacky weather, the truck breaks down. I mean, we had all that. My son got sick. Thanksgiving, we went to West Virginia to visit with friends. So we were going to Florida, but we stopped at West Virginia to visit some friends. And my son has this huge lump on his neck. And we're like, oh, great. We're in a strange town. Thankfully, they knew where the hospital was. We were on base because they lived on base. And Trooper says I'm back. I think I'm calmed down for a little bit. I hope so. I'm sorry you're so upset. No, we were just talking about one hitting my sister when they were on vacation, and Melanie's in-laws just had a problem with their vacation too. And so we had to find a hospital Thanksgiving night off base. So they took us to one, and we're sitting in there, and they can't figure out what this huge lump on my son's neck is. And we're there forever, and he's screaming. He's only 2 years old. He's screaming bloody murder. And they didn't know what to do, and they were trying to figure out what in the world. And finally decided he had strep throat. I'm like, strep throat? Not only is that the weirdest strep throat I've ever seen, we all had strep throat like 3 to 4 weeks ago, but he didn't get sick. He's sick now. So he got sick on our vacation. And then we had to go find a pharmacy to get the pretty nice pink medicine that has to be refrigerated, of course. Oh, yeah. Always fun. Whenever we were on vacation, it was always nonstop issues. Tessa, Henry is coming up your way. I have friends in Eastern PA and Massachusetts that are under warnings. Keep an eye out. I don't even listen to the news. I didn't know anything was coming. I guess I would have been in the shock. Oh man, that's all I need is a storm. I'm on the 6th floor though. I've never been in this building during a hurricane. I have no idea what it's like. Jenna says, I'm so glad I don't deal with storms like that. No, you just have to worry about your state falling off the edge of the country. That's all. Nothing major. Just, just going to fall off the edge of the country. Heather's been trying to film. I'm waiting for mine to export. Jenna Gibber says, Jenna, I signed up for online classes. One of them is in person, but I think I'm going to drop that class. That's one way of dealing with it. If you don't need it, if you need the class, well, then maybe you might want to think that over before you do it. If it's something you need. Good plan. Long Island's going to get slammed. Oh, geez. I'm not that far from Long Island. I know you hate storms, but I also know you don't watch the news a lot. Yeah, I don't. I had no idea anything was coming. So, thanks for the warning. And he says, oh my God, I had no idea, gibberish. Yeah, she was really upset because she planned all online classes. She doesn't know where the school is. She doesn't have an ID. She's not ready to go to an online class. I mean, an in-person class. It was supposed to be all online classes. So, did feel the last earthquake. I remember the year we felt the earthquake that was like 6 states down underneath of us. Like, how the heck did we feel that earthquake? I would have hated to have been in that area if that's what it felt 6 states away. I'd hate to be in that area. That was the weirdest thing in the world. And I'm on the East Coast, so earthquakes, we don't usually get them. I usually don't see my New England friends talk about hurricanes, so when I see multiple folks posting about it, yeah, good thing to keep an eye on. I've been reviewing it. I'm trying to reduce my ums and stuttering, but it's hard because I do that a lot. And editing video, it's moving too fast. I can't keep up with it. Chipper says, I have water bottles. I'm in charge of everything. I have candles in case the power is out. I'm not, Betty. I'm literally scared of lightning. Don't feel bad, so am I. And I'm 65 years old, so I might as well be 65. I'm going to be in another, what, month and a half. And I just started filling out my pension paperwork. Oh, crap. And the editing video takes so long to make it better. Yeah. I don't even try to edit that stuff out. It doesn't work for me. I have enough trouble just doing a simple video to put together, let alone trying to take stuff out of it. When it says for my job, that means finding restrictions. I remember when Sandy hit New York, we were busy 24/7 for about 7 months straight with people calling about claims coverages. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. That hit New Jersey pretty bad, too. I'm far enough from the shore that it didn't hit us that bad, but it did hit pretty hard, even as far away as we were from the shore. How was your trip gibberish? Oh, that's a whole nother issue. Yeah, she's about to tell you about that now. Great idea to charge everything too. You'll be all right. Gibberish. Melanie says, "Oh yeah, Tessa, we need to plan a birthday stream." I know people do that. I don't know. I mean, it is kind of a big birthday. It's my 65th. Yeah, Heather's in September. Jen's in September. They're all before me. Well, mine's in October. These guys are in September. Yeah, you missed that conversation earlier. That's what I said when you said, "How did your vacation go?" Well, oh, here we go. That didn't go so well either. Heather says, "Oh, I had a serious party stream last year. I turned 50." Melanie says, "You're 10/11, right, Tessa?" I'm 10/10. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot that. Yep, 10/11. And you're 10/10. we are so close in a lot of things. It isn't funny. You're about half my age, but our birthdays are about the same time. Do you stream on your actual birthday, Tessa? Well, if it turns out to be on a streaming day I stream, I mean, I don't normally plan birthday streams. I know a lot of people do. So I don't really know. I haven't even looked at the day. I don't even know what day it is. When my birthday is this year. It's not something I normally do. Make a big thing about it. Nobody in my family makes a big thing about my birthday. Long story short, they boarded the plane without me, and I was left behind because my ticket was weird. They closed the gates, and that was that. I had to take 2 separate planes by myself. But hey, I made it. Great going. Chibber says 10/12. Are you serious? 10/10, 10/11, and 10/12? Holy moly. Look at you joining the not quite mid-October birthday gang. It's a gibberish. Wow, yeah. I kind of think flying alone after a family trip might be kind of nice. That was on our way to the trip. They left her behind on the way to the trip. Melanie says, we got a plan if you're still set up to be able to stream. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on yet or when or exactly what. Because it could fall right around my birthday that I move if that place opens in time. Trippers, that is horrible. I'm glad you got home safely, though. Heather says in my video that I filmed last night that I was thinking of pairing up with something from today. I talked about birthday plans. Yeah, I've never done I've only been streaming for a year. And my last birthday, I'd only been streaming for a few months. 7/22, I started streaming. 7 August. It's only a couple months, so yeah, I wasn't even thinking about birthday streams. And now this year it's my 65th, so it is kind of a special year. if you want to call 65 special, I guess. I don't even know what in the world to do. Shannon says it would be fun to go on a stream with you on my birthday, Tessa. I think it's on a Friday. Maybe Funky could join us that night. We can set up a special night. I just need to know enough in advance, and you'll have to see if Funky can join us or not. I forget what date you said your birthday was, but I knew it was in September between you and Heather. They were both in September. I know that much. Shiver says 65 is special. Melanie says it would be fun if we were to go on a stream on your birthday. 17th. I don't have a calendar handy to see what day it is. September 17th. If Funky's up for it and you want to do that, we can do that. As long as it's not on a day. If it's starting a week, I have to get up early next morning. It can't be too late. And I know you're so far being behind us so far. It would have to be later. The Funky's is on the same side of the country I am, so we'd have to go somewhere in between, I guess. Yeah, you did mention that the other night, Heather, about taking the watercolor class. I always worked on my birthday too. It was never a big deal. Jenna said it would be on a Friday, or maybe I could just join you on that Saturday sprint. All right, well, figure out what you want to do. It's what, August? End of August. Second. Still got about a third of August left, almost. So, a little less than a month. Time to prepare. Yeah, well, we probably won't see Funky tonight, so you have to ask him on one of the others or one of your conversations and see if he'll do it on a Friday. Gibber says my mom's birthday is coming up in 10 days. Heather says it's only $6. It's from the guy who does the channel called The Mind of Watercolor. That's cool. All right, y'all, I'm going to take off. I'm exhausted from my walk in the heat this afternoon, and tomorrow I'm going to the zoo with my friend and her 3-year-old son. I need sleep. Good night, Melanie. Have a great night. Have a great trip to the zoo with the 3-year-old. That ought to be fun. Oh, boy. Is that how much it is per class or for a series of classes? We're doing acrylic painting here, and we have a teacher. They pay for the teacher and everything. Pay for all the supplies. I don't have to pay anything for it. That's one thing I will miss from moving from here, but oh well. Sounds like a lot of fun, Melanie. Good night, Hep says. Chipper says good night. Jenna says good night. uh, Believe it or not, I'm still tired. You wouldn't know I slept 24 hours. Oh my god. I'll probably end up sleeping half of tomorrow night too, if not all of tomorrow. I don't have to get up tomorrow to stream. I'm just go to bed and stay there. Oh, jeez. So tired. It's only been 2 hours. I'm used to it ending at 11. So on Saturday, when it starts at 9 and I have to go to 1, it seems like forever. Like it should be ending now. It's 11 o'clock. It was like, oh, shoot, not yet. Yeah, so Jen, you let me know what Funky says and what date. Well, you said on the 17th. If that's a Friday. I mean, I don't usually stream Friday. I'm using on Charlie's on Friday that we can stream. Greg says, why do you change the hours on Saturday? Because I'm normally up on the weekends. I don't go to bed early. But during the week, I have to go to bed because I have to get up at 6 in the morning. So 11 is the latest I go on Tuesday and Thursday. Well, sometimes I go over because I'm not paying attention to the time. But Saturday, I don't have to get up tomorrow. So I changed it 9 to 1 because I know it's easier for Jenna because she lives in California. She's 3 hours behind. So when I start streaming it at 7 o'clock, she's like still at work. So I made them later on Saturday. So at least one of the times she can at least come for more than an hour or so. Heather says these are produced by Etcher. They make art notebooks and journals. Oh, I missed something. All right. This one is a live class, but they also have pre-recorded classes you can buy. They seem to be pretty low price. Oh, okay. Yeah, she's always late the weeknight streams because she has to be at work. So that's why, I can't make it later on the week during the week because I have to be up at 6. And see, that's when the aide arrives at 7. So I have to get up at 6 and get ready for her. So I can't stream to 1 o'clock in the morning. But on the weekends, I don't have to get up usually. So I make them later and Jen can come. For that price, Jen can learn how to paint. Not that I got here on time tonight. No, you were late. Yeah, you were late. Exactly, Jenna. Watercolors, I don't care for myself. I do acrylic painting, but watercolors, I'm not really into watercolors. There are some basic classes as well as specific techniques. Did I say that right? I don't know. I'm getting tired. I'm not even sure what I'm saying anymore. I did one of those things where you paint in steps with an instructor live. It was supposed to be a terrier, but it looked like Gizmo once I finished. Oh no. Oh dear. Uh, uh, yeah, we have a live painting teachers that comes in and helps us all individually, so that helps out. I put my lighthouse in my picture, this one that I just did. I put the lighthouse in, like sketched it out. Your friend laughed at you. Did I do the same class? Like Heather says, well, it was only your first try, right? I'm having enough trouble when I have a private. I mean, she comes to each of us and works with each of us singly what we're doing. So it was. Greg says I can never tell gizmos and terriers apart anyway. uh, Heather says it does take a little time to learn. Jenna says, yes, I never did it before or since, but they're probably open again now. You're too kind, Greg. Well, that's funny. But I understand where he's coming from, though. Gizmo and Terrier do sort of look alike. Oh, this is ridiculous. Wake up. How could you possibly be tired? Oh my lord. Impossible. I'm hungry. We'll have a whole lot here to eat that I feel like eating. I am hungry. I need to eat something. I could eat soup, I guess. Got tuna fish. Heather says, I have been watching the Frugal Crafter YouTube channel for a good while, and she is so great. She breaks things down into steps and explains things so well. Jenna says, why are you so tired, Tessa? Is it mental more than physical? Most likely. And the fact that I just spent 24 hours sleeping. You know, the more you sleep, the more you want to sleep, kind of thing. At least that's the way it works for me. I'm sure I'm not physically tired. I mean, I slept for 24 friggin' hours. I mean, really. Honestly. Shanna says there's so much on YouTube that I don't even see. Everything you could possibly want is available on YouTube. My dad used to always tell me, go on YouTube. Why don't you go on YouTube? And he's the one that kept pestering me to go on YouTube. I'm like, I don't have any interest in YouTube. I'll go on YouTube. You can find anything you want. And so he started giving me things. Why don't you look this up? And then give me something. And I'd look that up. And I'd watch for a while. And then he'd give me something else to look up. And I'm like, this is all stuff you want to watch. Why am I watching it? Lindsay Weirich or Werrick or something like that is her name. Definitely hungry. I'm watching the clock and it's like going slowly around. It may not be making it to 1 o'clock at this rate. Shanna says, I told my sister I try to avoid the rabbit hole that YouTube becomes for me. It's a lot of great stuff, but I just get sucked in, and we all do. Believe me, you're not the only one that's gotten sucked into a rabbit hole. It's very easy. The funny thing was, I had my BiPAP machine needed to get replaced, and I was getting it sent back to the company that sent it to me. And then I'm on YouTube and I see, I don't know why it popped up, but it popped up and said that Philips Respironics was having a recall. That was my machine. And they were supposed to be sending me a new one. So I called the next day. As soon as I saw that, the next day I called during business hours. I said, look, I just heard about the Philips Respironics recall. I said, are you going to send me one of those machines that are on recall? Because that's what I just sent you. And they said, how did you find out about that? I said, what's on YouTube? What isn't on YouTube? Anything you need to find is in YouTube. And I don't know why, like I said, I don't know why it showed it to me, but it popped up on my thing. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Coffee Quills lurks for food. Wow. Heather says the same, Jenna. Chipper says, she's always on some rabbit hole or another. Jenna says she watches political stuff on it. Blah. And Coffee Quills is lurking for food. No food here yet. I am getting hungry. supposed to go away. I know you. Ran a scan. I don't have a virus. Yay! Thank you. Now go away. Hmm. I used to watch during the beginning of the virus. I watched constant stuff on YouTube when it first started, and then all the stuff about the stimulus. I was wondering when we were going to get it. Blah 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 blah. And I stopped doing that after a while. I said I don't need to know all this stuff. And my neighbor makes sure to tell me nonstop how many people have corona now. Like, I really need to hear this. I don't watch the news for a reason. I don't need you telling me all about it. Jeez. I agree, blah, but I'll bet that political stuff on YouTube is addictive for some. I was for a while. I know, I couldn't stop myself. Especially the stuff when they were, like I said, when they were dealing with the stimulus, and it was, I wanted to know, what? I just heard something. I'm not sure what I heard. It came through my headphones. That's weird. Jen says, I can see it, but it's not my jam. I don't watch the news. It just gets me too anxious because it's all so bad. Yep, that's why I don't watch it. I said, I don't need that anxiety if I'm watching the news. But I did keep track when I was interested in the, stimulus, because I wanted to know if I was getting one. And then I had the very last one, we got last, whereas the other ones we got first. The last one we got last, and I'm like, watching it, constantly looking to see when is the stimulus, because all my family had theirs already, and normally it was the other way around, and this time for some reason they gave it to us last. So I was kind of stuck on it then because I wanted to find out. Shiver said, that's my family. They're kind of annoying with that. Oh, my parents, nonstop with the news. It's like every time I went in the living room, it was more news and more news all day long. Like, can't you find something else to watch than news? Holy cow. You got 1,000 channels on that cable, and you're watching the news. I'm more of a peace, love, and harmony type of girl. My dad still watched the news once my mom was gone. Then, of course, once my dad went in the nursing home, I didn't have to deal with the news anymore. And I don't watch it. And my neighbor keeps saying, oh, did you hear what happened on the news? I have told you 50,000 times I do not watch the news. But he doesn't pay attention to a word I say. If it doesn't pertain to him, he's not interested. He just totally ignores what I say. Unless it says, oh, Michael, I'm going to do this for you. Then he'll pop up and listen. But otherwise, he don't care about me. I'm only there for what he can get. And I hate people like that. So every now and then he cooks me a shrimp dinner just to make things a little better. I love shrimp dinners, and he can cook, so it's the only thing that saves him, because I'm tired of all that crap. I finally got muscle relaxers, but she only gave me one a day. One a day is not very helpful. Greg says, I will be going to bed soon. When are you streaming next, Tessa? What's today? Saturday? So it should be Tuesday. Should be Tuesday, 7 o'clock Eastern time. And Charlie's getting ready to do away with Wednesdays, so soon I won't be. I don't know what I'll be doing on Wednesdays, because normally I go to Charlie's stream on Wednesdays and Fridays. Of course, this Friday I fell asleep, so I had to leave. I miss occasionally Charlie's, but now he's dropping. So I don't know what I'll do on Wednesdays and Fridays. That's why I say Friday is open, Jenna, so we can talk about having you on there, and Funky if he wants to. He indicated that he was kind of thinking about it. He wasn't totally against it, so we might be able to, even if he has to keep that picture up there because he doesn't want to be seen. I don't know. He doesn't like to talk either, so I don't know. Maybe we won't be able to get on the talk or be seen, but he can get on there. Greg said he's stopping. What do you mean? He's stopping Wednesday nights to do something else, gaming and stuff. So in he said 3, maybe 4 weeks tops, he's planning on quitting doing Wednesday. So at least Wednesday free. I don't know if I want to do another day or not. I was doing so many days before. I mean, I didn't mind being on there because I didn't have to run it. I was just a co-host. But do I want to do another stream on Wednesdays? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I got a few weeks to think about it. We may end up having to take Wednesdays over. But yeah, I was shocked when he said that, so wasn't planning on that. Just figured they'd always be there. But they're big into gaming, and he created a game, and they want to play the game. And Twitch is the perfect place to play a game. He created a game. He created it, so. Hannah says, I think it would be a good time, but he'll have to change his schedule for a little bit. Are we talking about Funky? Don't overdo it. Take care of you. She was on mine one time. She co-hosted. And now she's thinking about co-hosting her birthday. She has it on her own. Nope. I wouldn't begin to know how, and my hours are wonky too. Yes, Funky. Well, you guys figure it out, whether it's just you or both of you. Most Fridays are fine, and it could be, I mean, I don't know how late Funky would want to do it. You'd have to check him for hours. I wonder if I should start streaming, Greg says. Well, depends on how you feel about it. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything. A lot of people like it. If you don't mind getting in front of people. I didn't think I could do it, and I was really surprised when I did. It's not as hard as I thought it would be. Some people are terribly afraid of being in front of people, which was me. So I never thought never thought I would even think about doing it. So, yeah. It's something you can try. If you don't like it, don't do it again. Heather said I was going to guest on Glory Stream on Monday, but I had a conflict. I hope she saw my message. Gibberish is saying yes. Jenna says we'll ask him next week what he thinks. Jenna says I like Glory. Glory knows a lot about a lot. That girl gets to talking, man, and it amazes me the amount of stuff she knows. Greg says, I don't know if I could handle it. It must be quite stressful being live. It's not easy. Get used to it. I mean, you can, go on to the thing and play around with it before you go live, so you know a little bit about what you're doing. And you've seen a lot of lives, so, But yes, it is stressful, and you know that you're the one who's responsible for keeping things going. And, sometimes I'm like, what do I say? I don't know what to say, So, yeah, you have to think about it. I have been thinking of adding another day back for streaming back to my schedule, Heather says. Greg says, would you watch if I did at Jenna? Greg wants to know if you're going to watch Jenna. Well, it depends on the time. I am gone from the house most of the day during the week. You gotta remember, he's over in Ireland. It's bedtime, basically, for him right now. Like early morning. At 12 o'clock, it'll be, 5 o'clock? I think you're 5 hours ahead. Most people in Ireland right now are sleeping. You'd have to do it like in the middle of the night to get Jenna. It's more like getting up time, yeah. That's what I mean, it's more like getting up time. Jenna says, I think you should give it a try. You're really intelligent and have a lot to offer. Seriously, Gloria is just full of knowledge, but she was a librarian, so, that does make a difference, yeah. I would see where she'd have to know a lot of stuff to be a librarian. Because they have to know a little bit of everything, so yeah. The normal people in Ireland right now are sleeping. The normal people. No, I won't comment on that. Recently, during the day is best for me. I have to do my streams and work while my kid is at school. Genesis, like, if you did one when Tessa does, there's a good chance I have to wake up early during the week. Like, if you did one when Tessa does, there's a good chance I have to wake up early during the week. I'm a little confused about that one. Normally, like he said, normal people are sleeping where he lives right now. Well, it doesn't mean you can't stream right now. You could stream in the middle of the night wherever you are. When Jenna and Charlie get together, I mean, those two know so much about so much. They just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Jenna says, like, if you did one when Tessa does. Okay. And then I usually take a week off from work here and there, but I'm pretty sure that they'll never let me do it again. Meaning the time, Tessa, not on your days. Oh, that's it. time wise. Well, the early ones, the 9 to 11 ones, you don't get to as much of because you're usually still at work and whatnot. And then Saturday, sometimes you get here early. Today you were late. Heather says, when Charlie comes on my stream, we have a hard time shutting up. Charlie's so busy, I leave him alone. I had him on once, but I just left. I leave him alone. So busy. Greg says I probably could do it sometime between 4 p.m. and midnight GMT. That would be 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. your time. 9 a.m. to 7? Well, she's at work 9 a.m. all day. Unless you're thinking, and if it's her time, or if it's my time, because we're 3 hours difference. Jenna said I watched some of Vixen's stream and took a nap afterward. I could do an evening one my time during the week, but I am usually more open on the weekend. Your hours are so different. I meant my time. 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. my time. I'm usually sleeping. On those rare, weird times like last week when I was wide awake. That doesn't usually happen. But 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. I don't know how many hours you want to do it for. Because I tend to sleep. I have a bad time with that. We end up talking about 80s and 90s movies, TV shows, Marvel, Star Trek, and a lot of other stuff. I think Greg says, anyways, I will hit the pillow soon. Good night, Tessa, Jenna, and Heather. Good night, Greg. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I'd think about streaming, giving it a try, see if you like it. You don't have to do it again if you don't. And you can always do one and make it private so nobody sees it and just get an idea how you think it looks and feels. And Heather says, I think I'm too tired to do anything else tonight. I know I am. I'm having a hard time staying awake. I wasn't doing anything super important anyhow. Just going through blog posts. Heather says, good night to Greg. I'm hungry. I really am hungry. I want something quick and easy to grab, though. I don't have anything quick and easy to grab. Except pretzels. Unsalted pretzels. It's the only quick and easy thing I got in this house. I gotta order more food. Did you start writing yet, Jen? Or are you still having a problem? Putting words on paper. Or on the screen, whichever you want to do. Heather says, good night, everyone. I have a kid to keep up with all day tomorrow. Hubby's working. Good night, Heather. More power to you. Oh my god, I'm tired. Hello. I feel you. And I shouldn't be after 24 hours of sleep. That is really pathetic. So pathetic. Mm. Good night, Heather. You needed it and probably still do. Obviously, since I can't stay awake. I don't know. They tell me that you can't catch up on sleep. That is not possible. And when I'm sleeping, I have BiPAP running, but half the time I don't know if that BiPAP's really working. So am I getting sleep or am I still waking up? Because if it wakes me up during the night, then it's not doing its job, and then I'm going to be tired. But they say also I take too many sedating medicines. Oh, excuse me. And now I've added a muscle relaxer, and that's sedating as well. So, between all that, I'm so doggone tired. Ooh, sugar's gonna drop. I gotta eat something whether I want to or not. I have no choice. Now, I want to put a sprint on. I don't know if anybody's gonna write. I don't even know. You can read, you can write, you can nap, you can do whatever. I was just the Friday night on Charlie's last night. Last night, yeah. We started at 5 and I'm laying there. I'm sitting here and I'm waiting for the sprint. I'm like, I could always shut my eyes for 20 minutes. I'm sure I'd hear it come back on. If not, I'd hear everybody calling my name, It's like, oh, jeez. So yeah, I don't think we ever really catch up on sleep. But I had to eat something. And my blood sugar's dropping fast. So if you hear something beeping, it's my glucose monitor. And I'm gonna set the timer. Oh, you probably won't hear it if I um, mute myself. Let me set the timer. 25 minutes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So you shouldn't hear my thing beep if it does. Charlie's doing all right. Busy is crazy. Always taking on new things. So, I mean, every time I turn around, it's a new project. I'm like, that's why I say I don't even bother asking, have him on the stream because he's so busy. I don't feel right doing that. He's got he's got too much as it is. So I don't usually ask him. I had enough trouble getting them on once. I'm not gonna sit there and go through that again. I haven't had that many people guest hosting. Obviously, it's been quite a while since anybody's guest hosted. So I am going to mute myself and go eat something, and I will be back. right. I did a few blog posts. I heated up some soup. Just trying to figure out the easiest thing to do. Soup's hot. Mm. Chipper says I made it to 100 pages finally. Yay. I'm going to leave to watch my show. Have a nice night. I don't know if I'll be there this week since I may or may not have a sleepover. But see you soon. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, Gibbers, and I hope you feel better. I hope things work out for you with the classes and everything. And have a great night. Enjoy your show. Yeah, sleepover. Back when I was young, when they were so much fun. Usually. I don't know who was having them. Mm. Soup. So what did you do, Miss Jenna? My back hurts so bad. And I realized I took my medicine late, so of course that didn't help. And all I want to do is lie down and take the pain pressure off my back, off my legs. Things slow down. See what happens when Funky's not here? He's the life of the party. He'd be great to have at your birthday party celebration. I wonder if he'd be willing to show, or at least speak. Or is he going to be totally mute and just write in the chat? uh, he is. I mean, I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know exactly what it is. But there's something about when he's not here, things aren't the same. There's so much fun when he is here. Yeah, stream with him would be fun. Hopefully he'll relax a little bit and not be all. I mean, a lot of people don't show their faces. Most will speak, but so far he hasn't even spoken. He does that whole thing quiet. So I don't know. We might have to read his comments in the comments. But if we could get him on, it would be great. Yeah, he is. Definitely. I know when he disappeared for that long period of time, I'm like, I may never see him again. And, it was because I went in the hospital and I came back and he was gone and I hadn't seen him and hadn't seen him. And I figured, well, that never see him again. Because there's a lot of people I haven't seen and they just, suddenly stopped. When I went in the hospital, they suddenly stopped. They went somewhere else. They got, either involved in another stream. Some people quit writing. I mean, whatever the reasonings were. I'm like, oh man, I lost another one. And he was a good, he was a good one. And then he popped up that day out of nowhere. I'm like, oh my God, Funky. So that was cool. Um, he did the Jenna. Wait, he disappeared for a long time. So he did the Jenna thing before he disappeared. But I think that was more of a short, quick thing. I don't think it was that long before when I went in the hospital and then didn't have the stream. And when I came back, he wasn't around. But he was there long enough to get Jen, as he puts it, started. I couldn't give you, I can't tell you for sure. I'm just trying to remember what I can. That's all that sticks in my head. I remember coming back from the hospital, and he was one of the ones that didn't come back. And I was like disappointed. I said, darn, because I know he always was so much fun. And then a few months ago, or was it that? Maybe it wasn't that long ago. I don't know. I lost track of time. He suddenly shows up again. I'm like, wow. And you two kept missing each other. You were so busy being worried about me in the hospital. I am trying to stay out of the hospital. Believe me, I'm trying to stay out of being in the hospital. Hopefully that won't be another issue. But there's no guarantees, and there's many things that have gone wrong. Always possible again, and I hate it. And I know it worries you guys. I mean, that one time I was gone for over 2 months. I came back, there was nobody. I'm like, God, they're all gone. Yeah, it's really good that he came back. He keeps the mood lighter around here sometimes. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I mean, there's just something about him that keeps everything, fun, not dreary. because we can be dreary. And then he offered to do the overlay for me, which was really nice of him, and it's a beautiful job. Okay, Daniel Lynn, nice having you. Have a good night. Hope you got some writing in, if that's what you were here for. People do different things, so. I think it was way early when we first started, and then I don't think she said anything after that. I think she said hello, we said hi, and I don't remember hearing. I forgot she was here. I should have gotten something to drink while I was up. Because now I'm going to have to get up out of this chair again and go get a drink. She didn't say much. She didn't say if she was writing or what she was doing. She just said hello. So I figured she moved on. On my video, I wonder if it finished. Looks like maybe. I had a video running. I don't know if you were here when he said that he didn't use the books that were on my banner art. I said, somebody asked me, and I said, I really don't know. I don't really remember. And he said, no, he couldn't get my picture off of he couldn't separate my picture from it, so that's a different bookcase. That's how it works. It doesn't matter to me. Books are books. Trying to think if anybody else is here. Greg left. Heather left. I'm not sure. It's showing 4 people. It was funny because I didn't realize what was going on. I was trying to type a message here on the screen that I see, the dashboard, and it kept coming up saying it was from Restream. I'm like, why doesn't it put my name? That's really stupid. I don't want it coming up as Restream. Nobody's going to know who it is. Then I realized I have to go out to the post, the actual screen. Can't do it through Restream. I have to do it through the actual, streamline out there that you pull up on YouTube or Twitch in order for my name to show up. I'm like, oh, jeez. At least I figured it out because I was really annoyed. So I can type a message down there, but it's not going to give my name. And I was trying to say good job to Shay, and I wasn't muted, but she had said she had been muted. She didn't hear us. So I don't know if she was still muted because she never acknowledged me at all. I'm like, that's strange. She's talking to you. And she didn't say anything to me. And so she must be muted because I'm not muted. And I'm trying to. So then I typed it in there, and that's I started. And I thought, oh no, it's going to give me a restream. So I had to go all the way out, and I ended up on Twitch, I think, instead of YouTube. So it was Twitch. I ended up sending it, but has my name on it. Read it. The way it's set up now, we can. So I don't know if anybody else is still here or not. It says 4. To count you and me, that's still 2 people there. I mean, Kelly popped in for a minute. Maybe she just never shut it down. What's confusing to me too, because I think part of the thing is, if you sign in to a stream but don't sign out of the stream, then that person counts as being there. So if I open up a stream for one of my friends, and as long as I leave it open, they're getting credit for me being there at the stream because it's open. So I wonder how many of these people sign in and just stream hop or whatever they're doing, but because they're still signed in, I get credit for it. How do I figure all of that stuff out? I don't know. I'm guessing. Really guessing. Unfortunately, I'm guessing. Makes sense to me though. The fact that if you sign in and don't sign out, that person gets credit for you being there. They don't have to say anything necessarily. So it'd be just like having a lurker who doesn't say anything. You get credit for them. So I wonder if Greg's going to end up trying to stream or not. It'd be interesting because, well, I know what you look like because we did stream together that time. But some people on here, of course, we've never met. And so, like, he knows what I look like and sound like, obviously. But if he was to stream, we get a chance to see what he looked and sounded like, which is kind of neat sometimes because a lot of people hide behind, their names. Well, I'll tell you one thing. He's smart. He's smart when it comes to computers. Oh, my gosh. And I see Funky's almost right up there with him. Funky knows a lot of that stuff, too. He changed his name. I don't know if you noticed. He changed it to Greg Inc. Writes. I think he's using the other one for his programming. And he created a new one for writing, which says Greg Inc. Writes. And then he asked me, he says, now can I have could I have the wrench for my new name? Because you gave me a wrench for my old name, but now I need one for my new name. I don't know if you were here that night or not. So I went and gave him a wrench. Greg's been around a long time now. You saw that one. Yeah, he's funny. We argue, unfortunately, a couple times. We've had some arguments, and I'm always worried that he's going to get mad at me and storm off, but he hasn't yet. Like the other night with the stupid taxes. I'm like, am I going to end up losing him because of taxes now? Because, we're having a big fight over it. I need a drink. I am so thirsty, and that soup is salty. It's not healthy. I will be back. Oh, they feed off each other in a funny way. What are you talking about? Help if I put the headphones on if I want to hear anything. What do you mean they feed off each other in a funny way? I may have forgotten the conversation we were having. I'm not sure. My cart walker is squeaking, and it worries me because I found a piece of metal on the floor this morning, and I had just walked past there with the walker, and I'm like, oh, please don't tell me this is falling apart, because then I got a problem. Oh, yeah, Greg and Funky. They're funny. Well, they're both very smart men and creative. Oh, yeah. Greg is definitely more serious. And Funky, yeah. Yeah, I get that. Like Greg was getting mad about the taxes the other day, and then the Funky kept saying things. I'm like, I get him on. Yeah, they both are. And intelligent people can be super serious sometimes. And like in Funky's case, it can be funny. Like I tend to be overly serious about everything. I have a hard time enjoying things. I just take everything way too serious. And I think that's part of when Greg says something that really pisses me off, and then we get going at it, and I'm like, oh God. Now we're having a big fight over something stupid. It's because, like, maybe because we're so much alike. Greg's a lot like me. I mean, the stuff that Greg does, the programming and all, I used to do all that stuff. The stuff that these two know, I used to know it. But as time went on, my brain started losing that stuff, and I didn't use it. And technology kept on, becoming more advanced, and I just didn't have any way of learning it. And so I feel so, I mean, technically at one point I could have designed that thing myself. I mean, I could have anyhow. It just wouldn't have been. I don't have the design ability. You don't have that talent. So, you think the Funky is generally quiet in person in a new setting? Probably not if he knows someone. Well, I don't find him quiet now. I think when he first joined the stream, he was definitely more quiet. Because I don't think he showed his funny side in the beginning, if I remember correctly. Greg is probably definitely quiet in person. Because he rarely, I mean, every now and then he'll do a little jab at a joke. But most of the time, yes, he's very, very serious. Like I said, he's more like me. Yeah, he knows us, and let's go. That's it. It took him a while because I don't think he was super friendly when he first started coming here, and then he started to get to know us. Many people are better in a chat than they are in person. I don't like chat where I have to sit and type. That bugs me. I never got into chats when I was younger, when everything was the chat room, was the rage. I didn't get into all that. I never really got interested in it. I never thought I'd get into something like this either. So I was, I was kind of surprised that I'm doing what I'm doing. Oh yeah, we get into something and get over it. I know. That's why when I didn't hear from him a while last night after he seemed really upset. I said, Greg, are you still here? And so I wanted to make sure because I wouldn't have been able to rest if he didn't answer me. Because I would have felt like, we made him mad. And I don't like people mad at me. It really bothers me. But yeah, Greg and I have had a couple now. And it's like, oh my God, But we do get over it, and it hasn't bothered our friendship any. Mm. I've kind of taken to Greg. I think because he's so much like me. I mean, I get along fine with Funky too, and some people don't get along with people that are too serious, and Greg's really serious. But I understand them, and I'm a lot like him. So I kind of, I feel something. I don't know what in the world you call it because I've never met the person. you know? Uh, but I would be lost if he did. I would be lost if he did unsubscribe over it. Because, like I said, you really mean something. You mean something to me. Even though I've never met him, he's a lot like me. And we have our arguments. And then we get over it. And sometimes jokes are made afterward. He's made a few jokes about our first one. And I'm like, I can't believe you're joking about this. He would end up making a joke about it. So, yeah, it's great. And things have been so much better without Lizzie, thank God. I didn't realize how upset she made me until I started getting requests from people. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I thought, she really did bother me, but I didn't know what to do because I hate having to do that to people. And she did. She hopped off and unsubscribed. I'm pretty sure because I looked at my thing and I noticed it just gone down because I had checked it earlier and then it went down. I said I'm pretty sure she unsubscribed, and unless she comes in under another name, I shouldn't have to worry about her. Shouldn't have to. She could get. She could make up. She has a ton of names on the internet. Believe it or not. Thing is, she said enough of them in the chat that I know most of them, and I know her last name. And I hate it when I go into a stream and I see both her and Clutch in there. It's like, oh God, not just one, but they're both in there. Two troublemakers. Both who unsubscribed and ran off. Talk about unhealthy. I have to check out my video and see how it turned out. I did the video off of here. Funky helped me with that too because I couldn't. I said I don't know how to do it. I have no idea. I know I could do it in StreamYard, and so he went and looked it up, and he told me, and then he sent me a picture, a screenshot of it, so I could see it. I said, "Oh, I remember seeing that screen. He's pretty good." He went, and that was during a work day. I mean, I was streaming during the day, so he's pretty cool. I think that the internet is bad for someone like her. Yeah. and they're not ready for what goes on out there. She's immature. It can mess with a person, especially so young. Same problem with Klacha. Klacha was, I think, was 17. She's 16. And, they're going through these problems, and then it's like, oh, well, nobody likes me. Like, they go and talk about me on the streams, and then they go behind my back and talk about me. They can't wait to get off the street. Oh God, I can't talk. I'm trying to say, I think I'm trying to say stream. Can't wait until we get off. They get off the stream so they can go talk behind her back. She's like, and that's when she came in that night. Because I don't think you were here when she came in. And she started off with, "Oh, it's so nice to be here where I can be myself and nobody tries to run me off." And that's what they did. I just was on the stream and they just ran me right off of there, and they won't let me talk. And I'm like, oh God, no! I'm gonna have to do this. So I did it. I didn't have a choice, but I did it. Oh, hi, Harlow. You still here? I wasn't sure if you were or not. They don't tell us who's here, so I wasn't sure. Well, good night. I'm going to have to get ready to go to bed soon. I mean, I did sleep 24 hours today, but I'm tired again. Thanks for coming. Have a great night. Hope to see you soon. And Jenna says, I can think back to being a teen, and I am so glad that there was no internet. Things were bad enough when I was a teen without, you're right, having stuff like that. I didn't even have a computer to worry about. It was people writing notes, to each other and throwing them across your head to somebody on the other side of the room. And if it happened to land on your desk, oh well. That's why I never want to do that again. I don't want to be a teenager again. Definitely not. I see I have two messages on Instagram. I assume one is probably you and one is probably Melanie. It's usually the way it goes. Something tells me we aren't streaming anymore, so I think I can get rid of that. And I can get rid of this. There we go. Now we can see more of the nice background. I wasn't sure if the teal was going to go with the background or not, but it actually goes pretty good. Yeah, it does look great. I hope setup is pretty neat. And it gets everything I need in a very, like I had it all over the place, but he's got it all laid out so everything is, nice and concise and easy to read. So it's got everything it needs to have on there. And it's able to take bits and pieces off the banner art. So, and they used my own logo, which I thought was neat because I tried doing that and I couldn't get anything to. And I never thought of putting it on my overlay. That didn't dawn on me. So I could have done that and put it on, but instead I was trying to put it on the logo placeholder that they had, and it didn't look right, and it was the wrong size. So this worked out pretty good. I don't know. I know what he's saying when he said it looks like an R on the end, but I guess because it's my name, I don't really see it that way. I guess it could have been pulled down a little bit further. Straighter. A little bit further before, I don't know. I like it. They were saying a hurricane's coming this way. Oh joy. The bad thing is when we have bad weather and I have to take the walker out in it, I get soaked because I can't run. My walker gets soaked, and then I pick up this muddy thing and put it in the back of my car. My car gets wet. I get soaked and covered in mud. I hate when it rains. Next week I have 2 therapy appointments I have to go to. Although, I don't know. If it's raining really bad, I might just cancel because I don't want to deal with, like I said, trying to deal with the stupid walker is crazy. I don't think it's too bad. They can see your name right beside it. Yeah, like I said, I didn't even see it till he brought it up. Then again, I know what my name is, and I guess that's probably why it wasn't as noticeable. Try not to leave if you can, not a storm like that. I'm going to try not. I don't know when it's supposed to hit us. I don't have to go out, I think, until Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon, I have to go for physical therapy. I'm not sure when that's supposed to hit. But when the weather's bad, trying to get out, and like I said, I got to take the walker, and it gets wet, and I get wet, and then the car gets wet, and it's hard to lift this thing up. So it's not like I can lift it up and hold it away from me. When I lift it up, it's all over me, and it gets me all wet. It's a tiny detail, but he is the creator of it. We're picky about our work. Yeah, I guess you're too, but he didn't create the logo. All he did was put it on there. Hello. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Senko Moon? Would you recommend a weird science fiction book? Uh, Senko Moon. Oh, Senko Moon. I don't really read science fiction. Do you read science fiction, Jen? Not sure that I mean, the last thing I think I've even had anything to do with science fiction was Lost in Space. Yeah, yeah. I don't think either of us read it either. If Greg was here, I'd say yeah, because Greg writes it. I'm sure he reads it. I know Greg likes Dune, which I gather. I know it's something sort of sci-fi ish. And I'm not really sure. Like I said, I don't really watch it myself. I don't read it either. Well, that's fine to be into it right now. Nothing wrong with that. That's cool. You want to publish at least a short story. It's always good to read up the area you want to publish in to get an idea. I'm sorry, Greg's not still here. He could probably give you a few science fiction pieces because he writes it, and I'm reading one of them, and it's kind of wild. I'm like sort of beta reading, and it's pretty wild. And like I said, oh, one of the subscribers that comes here often, he's he's usually here during the earlier parts of my stream, but he lives in Ireland, so he's not usually here at the end because it's already, of course, morning over there. So he's just going to bed, I think, now. And but yeah, well, that's like she says, there are always people in streams like this that can help you. Just not tonight, because neither one of us reads that kind of stuff. And Greg's not here, and I think he's perfect for. I mean, I know he's, like I said, he definitely read Dune. He seemed to be really into Dune, and like it's, Lost to Space was one of the few things I'm really not a science fiction person myself. Greg writes it too. The Greg I'm talking about, he's writing a science fiction now. I think Laura does. It's a shame Laura or Charlie or any of them were here. They all read that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think almost everyone we do know does, except for us. We're all oddball. We're the oddballs out. I'm not much into fantasy or sci-fi. I just read a fantasy though for somebody. I beta read it, and then I did an advanced reader's copy, an art copy of it. So one second, be right back. That's an idea. Going to Amazon and searching. I had to do that the other day. I needed a fantasy book to see if I could compare something in my review, but to Melanie's book. But it's like it didn't really, from the review I read, didn't really help me, and I don't think it was anything like hers, so I couldn't use that. And people suggested when I was trying to write the review about going and finding, a similar one at Amazon, and I'm like, I'm not going to read a book. Somebody sent me to one that says, this has magic in it. Well, not the same kind of magic I was looking for. Mm, mm. I always feel out of place when I'm like on Charlie's chats and they start talking about all that stuff, because I don't get into it that much, and I'm really not familiar with all the stuff they're talking about. I mean, I used to watch Star Trek with my ex-husband, so of course Star Trek and Star Wars, and we had to do all that stuff. But you know, once I got divorced, I wasn't really into it, so I didn't continue on with it. Now, as a kid, I watched, Lost in Space, which would be science fiction. But I kind of like that one. The new one that they made, I watched the new movie. It was so different, completely different. They even changed the genders of some of the characters. I'm like, man, why would you do that? Oh, that I was talking about. The last one I was talking about was Lost in Space, the new Lost in Space. Dr. Robinson was a man in the original show back in the 50s or whenever those were made. They were black and white, so they were either in the 40s or 50s. And Dr. Robinson was a man. I don't know about any of the other characters, but I remember that. And I'm watching this movie, and it kept calling this woman Dr. Robinson. I'm like, what? I mean, why would you completely change the sex in, another in another movie? I mean, it just didn't make sense to me. Well, that's one of the reasons I don't like um, watching remakes, because they're so different. And I like watching one and I get used to the characters, and then when they do a remake, it just, with all new people, it's just weird. I don't like them either. But now we're at the a point in life where they're remaking all the old stuff and supposedly making it better, but I don't always agree with that. I don't think they always make it better. I think sometimes they really ruin some pretty good things. weirdest ones are when they take the old comics and they make them, real people. Like I used to like Scooby Doo. I didn't like a lot of comics, but Scooby Doo was one of the few things I did enjoy. And and then they made them real people, and it's like, this is so weird. This is a comic, and if the next thing I know, they're making all these old comics into movies. I mean, to each his own, I guess. The cat is being demanding. Chandra will be sitting there on stream, and her cat will get up and keep getting into her lap and knocking things over and getting in her face. And she puts him back down on the floor, and he jumps right back up again. He's pretty demanding too. He's a big cat. He looks like a big cat. Definitely looks like a big cat. I always had small ones. Our neighbor's cat was huge. I'm like, wow. I mean, none of mine were that big. Yeah, the orange cat. I could be wrong. It just seems pretty big when she's picking them up. But she'll spend most of the stream taking them and putting them back on the floor. And up he'll jump again. Back down on the floor, and up he goes again. I've seen him. He's cute. That's what this one is. Yeah, the orange tabby cats. I had one too. But he was small though. He was a very tiny cat. It's right on the table with you. uh, trying to think what we called ours. The name escapes me right now. I'm not even sure what happened to him. I think he got lost one time. I think he went out, went too far away from the house. One day, we got him down out of the tree and brought him home, and I think he did it again, and we didn't see him again after that. He just up and disappeared. Then I had one, because ours were indoor cats. Not all of them, but after having so many of them get hit by cars, we kind of said, no more outdoor cats. And so she was an indoor cat, and she didn't like Dobermans. She's the one I got in the yard sale, the flea market. And I brought her home, and we had a Doberman. She's like eyeing the Doberman out the window. It's like, don't worry about it. You're not going out there. She's out there, you're in here. She don't come in the house, you don't go out. And One day she snuck out the door. Like, opened the door, and before I had a second to think, she was out that door. And she was gone. I mean, normally when she did that, she would just run around the house, the big tree, and climb under the branches, because they were real low and she could climb under there. No, she kept right on going down to the lake. We lived on a lake, and it was super cold. So the water's freezing, and she's running through the woods back there, and couldn't find her, and I couldn't find her, and she wouldn't come out, and calling and calling. She was gone a couple of days, and I was out there, and my husband's like, "Come back in the house. You're gonna, not get your death of cold. It's freezing out here." I said, "No, I want my cat back." He says, "She's probably dead by now." I said, "No, I'm not coming in." And so we argued and argued, and I stayed out there yelling for the cat and yelling for the cat. It was cold. It was really cold. And I heard a meow. I said, "There she is." And he looks at me. I said, "There she is." He says, "Don't go near her. She's probably hurt. She'll probably bite you. Do not go near her." I said, "That's my cat. I am getting her and bringing her back inside." He was furious at me. And I had a hard time getting to her because she had climbed into this area that was, it had like water in it. It wasn't super deep, but there was water in it. And she got stuck between the ice and the dirt, and she couldn't get out. But she was able to breathe. I mean, she wasn't underwater or anything, but the ice came up. Ice kind of spreads when it, gets colder, and it spread out. And so I climbed over the area, breaking the ice as I was going, walking through it. My feet were soaking wet. It's freezing out there. He's screaming at me to get out of there and leave that cat alone. I'm like, "No, I'm not leaving it out here." And I reached down and I picked her up, and she didn't try to bite me. She snuggled up next to me. So I wrapped my coat around her and I took her in the house. And he's like, "I can't believe you just did that." I said, "That's my cat." Not leaving her. She didn't stink out after that either, by the way. That scared her. That scared her bad. She didn't try stinking out after that one. Oh, yeah. She was freezing. Took a while for her to stop shivering. But she was out there for several days, and it was mighty cold, and she was stuck in the ice and the water, and it was wet under there too, because not everything was frozen, because the dirt part was wet, but it didn't necessarily freeze. But she was stuck under there, and she couldn't get out. And of course, Meanie has to tell me to leave her alone because she's going to bite you. She doesn't care who you are. If she's hurt, she's going to bite you. I said, "I'm not leaving her out here." He just shakes his head and stomps away. And I went and got her. She didn't try to bite me. She just snuggled up next to me, and I wrapped my coat around her. Got her in the house. And she was starving, too. She hadn't had any food or anything. That's weird. I cannot remember the name of the tabby cat, the orange one. I don't know what we called it. The one I rescued was Sheba, because I called her Queen of Sheba. That was Sheba. We had a Sylvester. We had a Snowball, all white cat with bright blue eyes. She was pretty. Pretty white cat with these beautiful blue eyes. That was Snowball. So I had a black cat and a white cat. uh, I feel bad for outside cats here. It must be terrible there in extreme weather. Oh yeah, we had it was one of the coldest days we'd had. So it was really a bad time. And like I said, the water was frozen pretty much, the lake. But there was enough of it. It was, the wood wasn't that thick because it was on land. It wasn't deep or anything, but it was still, she was stuck under it. She couldn't get out of there, so I had to break all the ice around her to get to her. I don't know why Miles keeps coming to mind. I'm pretty sure the cat's name was not Miles. Yet that's what comes to mind. Simon? That's kind of weird too. No, what the heck did I name that dumb cat? Yeah, we're still alive. We're sitting here talking gibberish. Yeah, we had a fireplace. The house had a fireplace for sure. Yeah, we're chatting about cats right now. I had a cat named Magic, and her name was Black Magic, but we called her Magic. That was my first cat when we first got married. And is that the one? I can't remember if that was one that got almost got left behind in North Carolina or not. We almost left one of them there. Whichever one it was, unfortunately, when we got back, we lived on a highway, and the cat was an outside cat, and it was fine. We moved home. We lived on a little back road, and that she manages to get hit by a car on. I have no clue how how could you not get hit on a highway, but yet you move to a little back road and you manage to get hit by a car. You got a lot of dogs too. Yeah, I want a kitten too. But then they grow into cats. And a bunny. Laura had a bunny. Laura has a puppy now. She doesn't have a bunny anymore. She had a little bunny. Now she's got a puppy. And she's finding her life's a little bit different than it used to be. Especially since the puppy wakes up early in the morning and wants to get up. It's like a kid. And I don't have to worry about pets anymore. Can't have them. So I don't even have to think about having them. Can't have them. But I can't take care of them anyhow. I brought my cat here, and I was here 2 weeks, and I went in the hospital, and I had to call my son and say, come get her. I said, besides the fact she won't come out from under the bed because she's looking for you, and you aren't here. So he took her home with him, and a couple months went by. I made no move to take her back, and he made no move to ask me when I was taking her back. And I finally asked him if he wanted her. He goes, but Mom, she's your cat. He said, I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you wanted her. I said, well, yeah. I said, then she's yours. She loves you. It's obvious she loves you. She doesn't want to be here with me. And I can't really take care of her. And as many times as I've gone in the hospital, and then he moved away, so it was just as well because nobody'd be here to take care of the cat. Oh, Lord. Thank God. No more animals. Maybe there will be someone at the new place that has a pet. Well, it's possible. I don't know whether they allow animals or not, to tell you the truth. They might. But I definitely can't take care of them. Oh, gibberish. Believe it or not, I have an aide now that actually shows up. 7 o'clock in the morning, but she shows up. And maybe not. I think you're talking to the pets. Yeah, they may not. I don't know. We didn't discuss it. Did she ask me? I'm not sure. I don't remember if she asked or not. But the home aide has been here. She didn't come Wednesday because she told me, she goes, I got a doctor appointment. I said, that's fine. And I thought, man, she's probably not coming back. So I was really surprised Thursday morning when she showed up again. And she's here for the full 4 hours because most of them, once they're done, they want to leave and they'll just take off. And, this one actually stays. Even if she's done doing whatever she has to do, she stays, so she wants to get paid. I mean, she gets 4 hours. And it's not that difficult. And, once she does the few things she has to do for me, she's free to do whatever she wants. She's always on her phone, so it's not like she doesn't have anything to do. So, yeah, it's been weird having an aide show up every day. And I'm not fully awake at 7 o'clock in the morning. No, I definitely am not. 7 o'clock in the morning, I struggle out of bed at 6 o'clock so I can be ready when she's here at 7. She has to bathe me. She has to dress me. She has to make my bed. She has to feed me breakfast and lunch. She does the laundry. She does the cleaning. Does the dishes. Does the trash. Does the recycles. I don't think the soup wanted to stay in my. It's not too happy in my stomach right now. It's saying, why did you eat me? I don't want to be here. I have to do my own dinner. Unfortunately. It's always something simple. Throw in the microwave or whatever. So I usually have her make me scrambled eggs when she gets here. And then one of the frozen, they're not frozen, one of the refrigerated meals that Medicaid gives me for lunch. And then either I repeat one of them for lunch. I only get 14 every 2 days. So if I have two in one day, then one day I don't have any. But lately, I haven't been feeling like eating them because they're the same darn thing all the time. I'm tired of them. And it's weird. I know I look tired. It shouldn't be. That was all that sleep I got. So, I don't. Every now and then I'll cook something, but I don't cook often. Man, I have a stomach ache all of a sudden. I wonder why. Stomach pain. So all through the week, I struggle to get up in time for her to come. That was the only bad thing. It's like, if you want so many days, I got one, but she's going to be there at 7 o'clock. And I'm like, oh my God, 7 o'clock. I thought 9 o'clock was bad. 7 o'clock. If I didn't have to go to physical therapy all the time, I would just go back to bed when she left. But I got physical therapy at least twice a week. And then, doctor's appointments every now and then. I'm always going to the doctors. Oh, tired of doctors. This place has a doctor on the facility. I don't know how often he's here and what things he'll take over. So I don't have to go see, hopefully, as many specialists as I do now. There'll be some I'll have to go see. There are some days that I can't even keep my eyes open. Yeah. Well, she'll get finished, like, I'll eat, and then I'll get my shower and get dressed. And I come out here and sit in the chair, and I fall sound asleep. So she said, you want lunch? She woke me up. I said, yeah. And I said, did you vacuum? She goes, oh, no, you were sleeping. I said, wake me up and vacuum. Or just vacuum. If I wake up, fine. You got, do the job you're supposed to be doing. Don't worry about whether or not I'm asleep. She comes every morning during the week. Yep. I get 5 days a week. 4 hours a day. Usually the only day that I really have something for her to keep her busy most of the day is on laundry day. Otherwise, it's not as many things to be done. So if they ask me if they can leave early, it's fine with me. If it's fine with your boss, it's fine with me. Well, it was her first time of me sleeping like that. So she didn't know. I told her, just go ahead and do what you have to do. Don't worry about me. No, she didn't want to wake me up. Though she did call me to ask me if I wanted lunch. Because she was going to leave soon. And I said, well, yeah. But I said, did you vacuum? Because I didn't think so. I'm sure I would have woken up if I had heard the vacuum. She says, no, you were sleeping. I'm like, don't worry about that. You need the vacuum. I had a roach in here the other day. I was not happy. I said, you need to vacuum because if we don't, we'll end up having roaches again. Because I went all those weeks with nobody vacuuming in here. So there's food crumbs all over the place. We got, I saw that roach and I'm like, one roach is usually more than one. I didn't see another one though. I sprayed the hell. I couldn't get it, and it went behind my computer cabinet and my file cabinet. So I took my can of Raid and I sprayed it. The stupid roach came out to me instead of running away from the spray. Ran to me in the spray, and so of course I killed it when it came running out of the thing, wanted my thing. I'm like, that was pretty stupid, roach. Why would you run to me? You run away from poison, not at it. That one had a problem. Yep, my Raid's behind me. It'll be here until I feel that it's not going to be needed again. Yeah, pretty good eyes. You can tell this is Raid. Dumb roach though, didn't know. Comes running back at me. I'm like, you're such a dumb roach. But thank you for letting me kill you. I didn't like the idea that he got away. I'm like, man, he got away. And I sprayed the stuff, and all of a sudden he came back out. I'm like, whoa, dummy. Man, my stomach, doggone it. Don't tell me you're going to have another one of these nights. Last night, I got woken up twice for low blood sugar. Like, it'll go, I have a little graft here, and it'll go, and it'll be straight for a long time. And that's the way it is most days, and that's good. And then I'll have these days like this. It's up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Why? Why are you up and down? It's coming back down again. I don't want to be woken up in the middle of the night. It's my continuous glucose monitor. That's my blood sugar right now. I just have to run it over the little piece on my arm. And it, instead of sticking myself, it reads my blood sugar. So I don't have to stick my fingers all the time. If I didn't get the alarm, I could have used my phone. But because I wanted the alarm on there, I had to get the special gadget. Because if it starts falling, it's not so much if it rises, but when it starts falling, I was getting to the point where I was almost ready to pass out, and I didn't know it, and I'd be asleep. This will alert me at the initial danger zone. So it gives me time to wake up, go get something to eat before it drops into the really danger zone. There's a little piece, not very big, and you put it, the in the cup. There's a cup, and it has a little sensor in it. So I have to put the piece on the cup, which sucks it up somehow. So it's attached to the little insertion thing, and I don't know exactly how it works, to tell you the truth. And then all I have to do is put it on my arm and push down, and just give it a chance for the glue that's on it to work. Like, you don't feel it. It's a lot less painful than having your fingers pricked all the time. And it's good for 14 days unless the glue falls off, which I have to keep reminding the aide not to scrub my arm too hard, because she's gonna the one of the, well, I don't think it was her. Somebody else scrubbed it right off and it disappeared. We never did find it. So I don't know where it went. I have no idea where it went, but it fell off. So I just put that on. I put that on my arm myself. I don't have any problem with it now. In the beginning, I wasn't sure what I was doing. It's the same thing, like right here. I don't know if you can see it. This is the insulin pump. So that's stuck in my belly right there. Same sort of thing. The little insertion thingy inserts it, and glue holds the thing on. And then the tube that my insulin runs through the tubing. So I have the two gadgets. I probably won't have the gadgets once I move out into the assisted living, because I think they do all that themselves. I'll have to go back to getting insulin shots. But if I don't have to give them to myself, fine. It's when I have to give myself insulin shots I don't like. I've had a couple going wrong. That can be a little painful. Usually it doesn't hurt. But if you do it wrong, or, like bend it, and it doesn't go in straight or something, it can be painful. Most of the times it doesn't bother me at all. No, I don't know. I talked to them the other day, and it sounds like it's very good possibility. I didn't get a definite "you're moving in," but when I told her who I was, and she says, "Well, we're just doing we're doing the physical interviews, personal interviews." I said, "I already had my personal interview," and she like, her whole mood changed. She got friendlier, and she's like, "Oh, who did you talk to?" And I told her. She says, "Oh, that's good. That's good." So she said, Give me your name and phone number, and I'll have somebody give you an update on the building. They're still building the place. So she said, I'll have somebody, let you know. So that sounded pretty promising to me. So I'm hoping that that's what that meant. But she did not give me a definite. She just said we're still doing interviews. But I don't think they're interviewing everybody. Because I had to pass the background check first. There was a background check. The heck's in the back of my ear. I don't like it when there's something on my body that I can't find or see. What the heck? As long as it's not a tick, those things freak me out. And I can't see it, so that's a pain. There's something behind my ear. But you had to pass the background check first. So I passed that, and now I've had my personal interview, so it sounds good. And I thought for sure my daughter would say, oh, I better get over there and start packing up this stuff. Because she's going to wait, and then she's going back to work soon. And then it's going to be, rush, 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 when she could be taking her time and doing it now. Your eyes are slowly getting heavier. I hope you can still stream there. I hope I can too. I know the rooms are private, but I don't know how good the Wi-Fi is. It'll depend on the Wi-Fi, if it's good enough or not. I won't know that till I actually try it. I don't think it's my hair. It feels like something on my ear. Well, behind my ear, I should say. It's not on my ear. I mean, for all I know, it could be one of those skin tags or something like that. So I pulled something off of there, so I don't know what it was. Hopefully it wasn't a tick, that's all I got to say. If she could get over here and we could start packing things, it would be a good idea. If they call up and say, okay, you got X amount of days to get moved, she's going to be sorry she didn't get over here and get it done like she planned on doing. But I can't make her, so she knows it's up to her to move me, so take your time. Sure, it's up to you. I can't help you. I'm not physically able to do too much. She hates it when I remind her of things. She knows. She knows darn well. And she don't want to do it, well, then she'll be doing it all at once. And we'll be running around like crazy. No, the room's not furnished. I have to bring my own belongings. The only thing in there is an armoire because they don't have closets. So the only thing they provide is the armoire because there's no closet. We have to bring the rest of the furniture, and it's a good sized room. I don't have a lot of furniture, thankfully. Most of I've got some of it already designated to people. Yeah, I know I should get some sleep. I am tired. I don't know why I'm tired, but I am. Well, the thing with the armoire is though, because when I showed my daughter, it looks more like the cabinets you see for food and stuff like that. It's not anything fancy. It just looks like one of those. But instead of being made for food, it's made for clothing to go into. Because they have to have something. So since they didn't build closets into these places, has to use an armoire. I mean, it's possible if we don't like where it is, we can move it. I'm not sure. It was funny because I kept saying, the case manager kept saying, you have to bring your own furniture. I said, you keep telling me it's a one bedroom. Why do I have to keep? Do they provide beds? She said, no. I said, well, why do you say it's a one bedroom then? Like it didn't make any sense to me why she kept referring it to as a one bedroom. I guess because some places are shared, and this is not a shared place. That's why I definitely want to get in here. Good night, gibberish. Yeah, don't worry. I won't forget to get some rest. It'll let me. It'll let me know in uncertain terms when I fall asleep. But because she's used to saying one or two bedroom because if you share, then it's a two bedroom. That's why she was saying it that way. So she says no. You definitely bring your own furniture. And you can bring your computer because that was one of my main concerns. She's like, it's not a problem. You bring everything with you. I'm like, okay. Which, like I said, thankfully I don't have a lot of furniture, so I don't have to worry about a lot of it. My ankle hurts. I got like 6 to 8 more weeks on the schedule. I'm like, This one I think said 4 weeks. And she gave me, I've done 4 weeks, and she just gave me another 6 or 8 weeks. I'm not sure how long I'm supposed to be doing. She says, well, you can call the doctor and ask him. Oh, great. Gotta call the doctor and ask him. Because they said, when's your follow-up? I said, I asked, and they said there was no follow-up. They're like, well, you better call and find out about a follow-up because, especially since I'm having pain still in my ankle. I said, you guys are hurting my ankle a lot. Giving me a lot of pain. So, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, whoopee. Yeah, I know. I gotta get. I am so tired. I don't even feel like getting up and going to bed. That's how tired I am. Like I just feel like putting my head down here. Although it'll be much more comfortable in my bed, I'm sure. Yes, I'm a writer. Can you tell? Oh, you're sending me to bed. I didn't miss that part. I didn't even see that part. That's how tired I am. Can't even see straight. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to bed. What is today? Friday, Saturday. So Tuesday. Tuesday's the next one. And remember to, if you get a chance to see Funky, find out if she wants to join us on the 17th or whatever day that is. And we'll go from there. Yeah, I hope it settles down too, because I'm going to be mad if it wakes me up in the middle of the night again. Twice last night, it woke me up. That stupid alarm going off. I'm like, what do you mean it's low again? How can it be low? What is wrong? Normally it's a nice little graph, and then now I got, like, there's something wrong, but I don't know how you fix that, because it's not something that it does all the time. So I can't fix that. I just have to, work on it. I'll see you on Tuesday and talk to you before then, I'm sure. I'll send them a message to ask them. Okay. Sounds good. Hopefully you'll like to join us, and that'll be fun. So, let's see. Now I can hit end the stream. All right. Good night, Jen.